In this lesson, I'm going to take attention away from their heads and focus on sculpting the bodies of these two anthro characters to completion. I will focus on their heads in the next two lessons after this lesson. So I'm going to jump right into this lesson by making some fixes from the last lesson. One of the first things I want to fix is I added a fourth digit specifically for her because she is a anthro snow leopard and they have 4 visible digits. But when you look at the toes here, there's supposed to be a stepping effect for toes, so that the highest is the main toe digit, and then as we go down to the pinky, we step down in profile. And the next thing I want to do is fix how close this deltoid is to how much it's not. It's supposed to be really over the humerus, the majority of it. Okay. And even, this is something I can fix now before I do the merge, but when your hands are raised like this, there's this 2 mounds that your deltoid makes. And even when your hand is down by your sides, because of the way the muscles of the deltoid interdigitate, or like there's 3 strands coming from the humerus and 4 coming from there, and where they meet there's this also dual bump. So even when your hands on your side, there's like this double head for the deltoid. But for this project I'm not doing any of that because, as I mentioned, I want some really smooth results for grooming. So you're going to see me not follow that degree of detail for the anatomy. Okay, so now that I've made those 2 fixes, it's time to merge her into one mass. I have isolated all the pieces I want to merge into a group. So right now, I'm going to merge everything with the exception of this stuff. So the head and the fingers, I do not want to merge them because the resolution that I want to merge this at, if I include the fingers for starters, I might not end up having enough geometry to ensure that they're separate. And the head is just not ready. It's going to be either done in the next lesson or the next lesson after that. I think I want to be able to finish the bodies, both of their bodies, in this lesson. So hopefully in the next lesson, I'll be starting with her head, and then the lesson after that, I do his head. So for now, I'm going to hide the stuff that is not going to be included in this sculpt session. And the thing I'm going to do before I merge is I'm going to start averaging some of these fairly high resolution meshes. All the shaping that I did could have potentially left some bumps, some minor bumps and indentations in certain areas that is hard to see right now. So initially, the way to deal with them is to do an averaging at a significantly lower resolution, which will just sort of smooth out those bumps and little peaks and valleys that I don't want. Some of them need it, like this is fairly high, so I'm going to use the Z remesher at a resolution of 1K to just, and with active symmetry on, so that it gives me a symmetrical mesh. I'm just gonna go Z remesher. Yeah, and that's a lot more a simpler mesh. And let me see if this needs it. The stomach is pretty fine, I like the way it's shaped. The pelvis region, let me try it. Z remesh. That's too much. So it's supposed to be 1K. Z remesh. That's also a simplification, that's good. And especially the butt, you don't want like these weird like dents and stuff in the butt to start off with. So I'm also gonna take it to 1K Z remesh. There we go. And definitely the legs, because I've been hacking away at the legs a lot. So I'm also gonna give them 1K. That's pretty good. I'm going to do it to the toes. And feet. Okay. So that's fairly simple. That should definitely have removed all my crazy peaks and valleys. Let me see if the hands need it. Yeah, this definitely needs it. Let me try a 1K. Okay, yeah, that's nice smoothing there. And do it on this ridge group. Okay, definitely this hand. Okay. Okay, so everything has been averaged. Now it's time to merge the group. So I'm going to go right here, click on the settings icon and go merge folder, and it'll create a copy of everything for me. Take a look at it. All right, I'm going to divide everything 2 times. Okay, and this is a good starting point for my Dynamesh. I've decided to keep the toes welded. Okay, so I'm going to start with Dynamesh and see which Dynamesh value I need. So I'm going to start with the default of 128. Go Dynamesh. Actually, I should have. Oh, that's fine. Seems to have done the job. That's a pretty high Dynamesh value. Run somewhat of a smooth. Let me duplicate this first. Undo just to have the original. I have this one. And I'll run a smooth operation so I can Dynamesh again. Just to smooth things out a bit. And I'm going to run another Dynamesh, a significantly lower value. Start with a 48 seems to be good. Check to see if this is good for initial shaping. I think so. This is pretty good. Yeah, that's a good number. So 48 was a good number. I'm gonna remember that for him. Yep, 48 is a good starting point. Yeah, so that's her welded mesh ready for sculpting. One thing I like to do is isolation. So you're gonna see me isolate these in sections. The first section I like to work on is the torso. And then I go for the limbs, and then I'll keep going like that until the whole thing is polished. But it's easier to just focus on smaller sections at a time. So I'm gonna take my smooth brush, reduce it a little bit, and start smoothing this. Let's do a little bit of a smoothing. Actually. So one of the first things I'm noticing that I made a big mistake on is how far forward this deltoid is. Significantly smaller than that. It's about a good distance. This indent, definitely going to reduce that too. The clavicle is supposed to go very far, like it'll show all the way till it gets to the acromion process. It's supposed to be that the distance always is somewhere here, it goes here. I'm going to try not to make it too grizzly. It's like a nice smooth result. Definitely gonna leave the neck alone. Have a lot of fur on it, standing out in this manner. Let me make sure I'm gonna get the build-up brush. Make sure my forms are looking correct. This part of the arm is not cylindrical like the profile of the hand when you raise your hands like this. It's not that cylindrical. I'm gonna have to constantly remind myself to refrain from over detailing. But one thing I definitely want to do is unify the transition of the back into the hands. Nice smooth result. So all through here I want like a nice. No bumps. If I look at it from this distance, I don't really want to see any aggressive bumps, especially not for her. Only because this character is not, intention is not to make the character too muscular. Right. Massy, but not muscular, so more fat deposit than muscle. Using the build-up brush. And I'm tumbling in every view to make sure I'm getting a nice unification. This is a stage where you start looking at how to blend masses together. And I do want a nice sloping result for the traps. And the neck too, over here. And use the move tool to make sure I'm getting the right shapes. A lot of smoothing too. Around here, this part of the spine, there is an indent, inset. Come down to here where I'm going to shortly represent the erector spinae masses. Let me just check around the neck, make sure it's looking good and smooth. Come back to it. Because this is a anthro character, I'm really not even going to separate the breast tissue. I just want it to be one mass. It's not really necessary to split the breast at all. The cloth is going to simulate over it just fine, but I do need to start hinting at this shape so that it echoes into the clothing. So the swooping shape comes all the way around here. She's gonna have that bodysuit on, so it needs to echo into the bodysuit. This arm will be revisited again when I've isolated the hand. I'm also going to start hinting at the separation of the abdominals. I think that's detail that's worth hinting at. And this Greek arch. Belly button. Let me decide where this pelvic, the spine of the pelvis is going to be. It's probably going to be around here. Okay, so if it's going to be around there, okay, then this pouch of the stomach is going to be around here. And that's going to swoop up into the pelvis. I'm going to use the Damien standard at the bottom of that pouch. And then I'm going to start hinting at where this fold of the crotch area is, right there. And start working on this shape. If I've established that this is where that pelvis is. It's a pretty nice smooth transition in here. And like the gluteus medius is, there's a nice transition. So I'm gonna get rid of this shape from the weld. I'm smoothing it out. To make sure I'm doing the right thing. It's also a good time to establish where that belly button is. If this is the spine of the pelvis, or the crest, whichever one of them is called, the belly button is somewhere around here. And it's very important to establish that pouch, especially since this is a massy character. And I do want it to have like a nice swooping shape. And then as we go into the rib cage, we have like this sort of dip. And just smooth this transition to the abdominals, from the Greek arch to the abdominals. This project is going to be a little bit more harder because I don't get to define any aggressive forms. I have to let everything blend in really nicely. I'm going to take the trim dynamic and shave this mass off a little bit. And to make sure that there is that pelvis shape impacts the profile aggressively, so that you have like that bucket of the pelvis feel. If I look in profile, it should kind of come like this. I feel like I've forgotten what this, there's a mass there I need to be paying attention to that blends the leg into the pelvic region. Muscle too. And here needs to be a proper blending of these obliques into the pelvic region. Okay. There's like a swooping effect here I want to capture too. Since I don't have a lot of form to work with, well, I have a lot of form to work with, but I want to get these attractive shapes, hint at them. Make sure that the eye shouldn't be able to outline any forms all the way through. Everything should blend really well. Let me deal with this back here. So initially, I'm going to start hinting at the sacrum. Fat pad over there, which sort of reduces the somewhat triangular shape into the erector mass, which I can start building a little bit of after retopology. This crease will be underemphasized because this makes projection a lot easier in the end. Start building the fat pads that blend this side together, so we're not seeing a line actually traveling all the way. Typically, it's nice to represent this this crease over here as a weight by using a line, a straight line, but I don't want to do that with this. I want to keep this nice rounded shape. You can, you know, show weight by just having it like be a straight line. I think that's the direction we're going in. So I want a nice shape so that it echoes into the bodysuit, the shape of the bodysuit. And also this mass here of the is more inside. Start getting the sort of separation of the upper back muscles, latissimus dorsi, and a whole bunch of other ones, which are just going to be represented as one mass. Still seeing a little bit of a form here. There are people who sculpt things like this from scratch. You watch me use this approach. This is just one way of sculpting where it's more of like a mannequinization process, and you're just assembling these basic shapes that are pretty much building the foundation, and then all you have to do after you merge them is sort of smooth things and just build a little bit of form here and there. That's what you see me do. But if you go all over YouTube, you'll see people just go from a piece of geometry to close to their finished. That is fine, that also works. But if you are starting out and you want to practice modeling, organic modeling, it's a good way to start like this with all the mannequinization, and just to get familiar with anatomical forms, nice swooping lines. This is really a fat pad. Emphasize that. Continue to push this for now, just so I can visualize the correct thing. See the separation. Later, I might de-emphasize it. I'll work on getting this fat deposit to blend even more from the hamstrings to the fat deposits on the side. smooth this out. There's also like, I gotta sell that butterfly with a little bit of like a push in this side here. And this swooping shape, I want it to be better. This thing does have like a peak like that, so I'm gonna be careful with that. Or it can, it depends from person to person. So it's really capturing this form. Let's transition into the quads. And I feel like this. Start hinting at it aggressively and then shave away smooth. So put this division in here. Is the abdominal region. Just hint at it initially and smooth away so you can get that plane break between the abdominals and the obliques. Yeah, these bodies are going to be fairly simple, so this is not a hardcore anatomy sculpt. You can see like this pelvic region. Define this properly. Continue smoothing this back side. It has like a very shelfy feel to it. I'm going to shave off a little bit. So it's a nice crescent transition out of the crease of the glutes to the mass of the glutes. And then start looking at these views too. They'll help to fix the shape. Go to the top, make sure shape looks appealing. So, and this might be too far extended out. I want like a teardrop feel. So, very harsh angle here that swoops all the way up. And continue this shape of the back. I'm gonna look at this from the side here. I feel like I'm missing how the human rib cage transitions out of takes a dip and then transitions out. So I might have to have the rib cage coming up a bit more. Yeah, like that. Okay, let's start painting away at this line. So I always have the reminder that this is not actually a human, it's some hybrid So in my head, I'm trying to find a nice happy medium. And something that will look like a fantasy creature and a human. And that will also look good in the fit that has been created. Some of it are smooth. Let me see how the hamstrings are working. Really, it's time. I'm going to turn off perspective so I can do some nice profile shapings. Come up with a more realistic, well, not realistic, everybody's really different. It's just everybody shaped differently. With a mask like this, you always want to tumble every incremental value. Make sure you're getting successful crescent shapes. The goal here is to aim for something that looks appealing from a design perspective, not necessarily hyper realistic. So since I'm not really counting on, so it's all crescent shapes, things properly blending into each other. From perspective, I think this is a good first pass. I'm gonna move to the legs, and then when I look at it as a whole, I might have some changes. There are some additional things that could be done. I feel like the sacrum, yeah, is a lot more inset than I have it. I'm gonna keep pushing there to have like a sacrum that's more inset. Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty good first pass. How the mass of the deltoid, the traps blend in for everything I'm doing. Look at this deltoid from every single angle, make sure it's looking. I'm gonna revisit it again when I isolate the arms, but make sure we're getting a nice little transition. I'm also gonna start looking at the silhouette. See if I can find any mistakes. And also look with some other materials. All these are fake materials from ZBrush, but they'll help you spot mistakes. How it's highlighting certain forms, you might be able to see errors a lot better. Yeah, there's a weird, the way the light is hitting that. Let me try with another material, see what it's doing over there. Try with the basic material. That's pretty good. Okay, so like a very unattractive swoop somewhere in the thighs. I think it's here. Alright, that's good first pass on her torso. I'm gonna now move to one of her limbs. I'll start with the legs and then look at it as a whole and make some shapings of it as a whole and start to take it towards completion. There's a separation of forms over here. which I'm trying to get. Helps to sell that butterfly feel. And the profile, it really comes out of, I guess, the erector spinner going like that. Yeah, like that. And push it initially, and then just reel it in. Yeah, so that I can get that separation. And I'm starting to notice there. Make sure I know where the back sort of stops and the glutes head out. I think that's it. I continually have to make sure I emphasize that pelvic region, the crest of the pelvis. Also from here, it would make somewhat of a shape like that. Yeah. And then a little bit more pushed forward. Yep, I think that's it. I won't hint at it too much, but that's the line. It's the form. Maybe too high. Make sure I'm shaping it from the front. Make sure I get it. Yeah, it's looking correct from the side. From the front, I need to tone down these aggressive forms. And it looks a bit aggressive from the profile. I'll make sure that this tapers into it properly. And look for that clean break of the rib cage. What I'm noticing is that this pouch needs to be a lot wider. Okay, looks like I might have caved in this part in an attempt to get that indent. Go back to my mat cap pearl, see what's happening. I'm going to continue to emphasize this. As you get closer to the finished result, I have to not be as heavy-handed with stuff, or else you're just going back and forth and not making any progress. So you have to really start thinking about how aggressive you're being with the brush. And I think here could add a little bit more mass. That should be fine. belly button a little bit more. It's an important landmark. Let me understand where this crest of the pelvis is supposed to be. Okay. The region is looking a lot better. I'm gonna outline this a little bit better. Treat it like she already has on a tube top of some sorts. With this region, all that I care about is that it contributes a good silhouette for the clothing that are about to sit on top of it. Doesn't have to look human, but it has to look attractive, which has to look cool, appealing. Just shapes that are blending well into themselves. And also interesting crescent shapes that denote a good amount of weight. So in this instance, we want the crescents to be stronger at the bottom, and for the top, we want more of a swoop, so that the mass helps show a little bit of weight here. The mass is at the bottom. Express that as best as possible. Yeah, that's an interesting shape from this low angle. Well, not interesting, but yeah, bad line. Yeah, with glutes and chest, you kind of want to tumble every single angle and see what's happening. It's the only way to look correct or look good if it's every angle is resolved. If you even have like one not contributing a successful shape to the silhouette, I should really be doing this with this in silhouette mode. And tumble and just fix. Yeah, that's not a good shape. And you might be looking at it saying, well, what do you mean that's not a good shape? It's just after a while, when you do so many of them, your eye will start picking out things that are probably not going to contribute to a successful design. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for the first pass of the torso. And I'm going to get started with the legs. I'm going to smooth this transition a little bit. This mass of the leg sweeps into the knee. So I'm going to start getting that shaken. And the knee has a form like that. There really is, this is the form of the tibia, which I'm not going to focus on actually getting in there, but just a hint at it, at a gesture that accentuates the tibia. My focus is more so this. Nice smooth result. I'm going to refrain from over defining the knee. Initially, I'm going to hint at the gestures and then just tone it down. using the build up here. These bodies are going to be done relatively quickly because this is kind of the level of detail that I want for this. Okay, so for this back here, there's a very important gesture that needs to be captured. It's the fat pad of the back. First, I'm going to give some mass to this area here. And I'm going to focus on the gesture, which is more on the outskirts. And then it sweeps into the gastrocnemius. And then it's also here. And sweeps into the, more importantly, I'm going to get that fat pad out of there. First, accentuate it. And it has a, sort of like a split. This feels very emaciated, this inner part of definitely needs. Hint at it enough times and then sort of do away with it. It's like an H shape. I'm gonna work how it transitions into the hamstrings. I think I have it. It looks pretty good, but I think this part is a nice, smooth transition. Working. Now another area I want to tend to is the tenderness, Achilles heel. Now I really don't want to overdo that indent. There is an indent there. I'm going to hint at it again because I don't really want the foot to feel so grisly for her. And again, this is like partial human, it's not all the way human. And I find that with the feet, if I shoot with these type of characters, you shoot for like a nice, specifically for the feet, if you shoot for a symmetrical feel, the sneakers are so much easier to create. The foot has a lot of like interesting shapes as you look from one side to the other, and you choose to stick with them or just end up with a more simpler foot result. If this diamond shape of these malleolus, and I'll revisit them again when I'm doing the actual foot. Yeah, this might end sooner than I expected. There's just not a lot to do if the objective is not to pepper in a whole bunch of anatomical detail. Make sure that this transition of the Achilles tendon is correct. And actually, I'm going to address the whole leg as one. I'm going to just deal with the whole thing now. Initially, I had planned to isolate it, treat it separately, clean up shapes. Sure this foot is transitioning correctly. It's a good starting point. Emphasize the separation. The arch of the inside of the foot. Shave away at it. And somewhat of a grizzly feel there. Lose it. Form separation here. Achilles tendon form comes all the way down here. And like that too. This is one mass. This malleolus in the center, in the middle, and the inside is feeling incorrect. Silhouette is successful. Make sure this foot represents, feels like it's carrying the weight for weight. Not too much. I don't want a complete spreading of the bottom side. Actually, no. For her, I do want it to spread a little, and the reason is because the Balenciaga sneakers, they accommodate the foot, right? So whatever shape the foot wants to take, it's intended to be comfortable. So it takes more the shape of the foot. But for him, his are going to be Jordan 6s, and those, they kind of confine your feet into place so that the silhouette of the design of the sneaker is more prevalent. So for him, I'll try to keep his foot behaving like it's actually inside a sneaker. And for her, I can get a little bit more of a natural feel, especially on these like outskirts here. The spreading is a thing you'll see on those sneakers. The base is a little larger, but yeah, feet are starting to look a little grizzly. Turn it down. Make sure I'm removing any forms that are not supposed to be there as I tumble. And this should be a good first pass for the legs. I'll turn off perspective and deal with the cowls. I haven't touched them at all. I want to make sure I'm getting that nice proper bulging of the quads. Nice appealing bulge. Okay, this is not a bad first pass on the legs. Check the silhouette. Make sure I don't have any unwanted bumps or dents. Okay, that's not a bad first pass for the legs. There's also muscle that travels down the side of the leg. It needs to be fleshed out here. Blends into the calf. This mass also has to blend well here. Okay. Look at the toes, I realize that there's this bridge that is not reading correctly from each of them. I'm going to change the material. So you can see, it's always good in ZBrush to constantly change materials when you're doing complicated things like this, just to see how this lighting is reacting and how your forms are turning out. Control that. Alright, so it's starting to look good. Feet look really large. Don't mind how large they look. What I'm not liking is how tall they are. So use the lasso tool. Make sure I have Dynamesh off. I want to end up resampling. And align the cursor and slowly move it back. looks like. Pretty large. Blur some more. Move it back just one more time. That should be good. And then I'll kind of control it a little bit more. It's not so bad. This reverse C looks a lot better for this part, and then as you go, you reverse it and swoop up the leg. See if I can tone down these wide handfuls just a tad bit. Just don't want them to be thick. Just I really want to consider how the sneakers are going to come in and change everything, and how potentially going to be. Well, it's a fairly thin sneaker, fairly thin material. What I do have to worry about is the fact that there is a baggy short, sorry, there is a bodysuit which will also be thin, but then the track pants, they're also fitted around here, so they're gonna hold firmly onto her legs, but that's still 3 layers, so I need to be really mindful about, because I need to see how the clothing look on the ankles. If it just looks so wide, then I can tone them down and then tone down the body too. This is the wrong transition of this mask. So sorry. Keep wearing that mask incorrectly. Now, during all my finessing, I have made an undesirable shape here. Make sure that it's correct. And it feeds into the adductors correctly. The adductors. And that's be a nice sloping result. Okay, that seems to be good. There's something uneven about her. I remember I had an issue with her legs going to the ground. Never got a chance to fix it. That should have been resolved a long time ago. Let's see how far. That gives her an extra inch, which is, it's not too bad. Let me resolve that. I'm going to grab all her meshes, do a Z plug-in, transpose master, T-pose mesh. Her height isn't a definite thing. I made her 5'5", so I guess now she's gonna be about 5'6", or something between 5'5" and 5'6". It's not a big deal. But yeah, this is something I should have resolved a long while ago. Turn on double, invert, and make sure my cursor is perfectly straight. And make sure she's standing on the ground. Okay. Go Z plug-in, T-pose subtract. Alright, so now I think I'm going to, that's a good first pass for the legs. I'm going to move to the hands. I'm moving on to the arms now. First thing I'm going to do is this ridge group. I want to make sure that the only part of it that is that prominent is the part that is sort of colliding with the bicep here. It's not evident. So I'm going to blend it with, in this case, what would be the flexors. And then it's definitely not as prominent either. Yeah. So I'll blend it with the extensors in the back. When we go to him, a lot of these forms are going to be defined a lot better. Okay. And then I'm going to create a nice gesture to blend this. There's this tenderness mass here. No, it's not a mass, it's like a flat. But yeah, this is a meaty character, so I'm gonna blend it in nicely and get some nice crescent shapes. So I'm gonna build make sure that her at least has some indication of tricep and a massive flesh in the back that travel into her elbow. Still seeing a big gesture. One thing I do want to emphasize is that bicep line that sort of cuts into the ridge group and the flexors, so like this triangular shape. Push that. This just a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, like that. Make sure that the elbow at least looks like it's we'll call this is the ulna. The beginnings of it coming out of the elbow, just show a little bit and just not go too far with it. Softening this arm. Definitely gonna refrain from any grizzly forms here. A nice little blend. And actually, just like I did with the feet. Highlight this elbow. good. All right. I'm going to show one of the fingers, just so I could get started with it. So I'm going to turn this on and get the fingers out of a copy of it out of the group, and isolate just one of them and go split hidden. And what I'm going to do is just work on one of them and then duplicate it to create the others, and start hinting at the form that are supposed to be here. The pad of the thumb. And you really have to polish these fingers. Alright, I'm going to grab this finger. I'm going to Dynamesh it. Smooth it out a bit. Also here, I'm going to refrain from the theme with her, no grizzly shapes. And then you want to get some semblance of finger anatomy in there. And start thinking about how to nail, what type of a nail I want. With her, because I'm going to do something very human-like with the nail, so I'm going to start flattening this out. But with him, I'm going to go with a nail that looks very much like an animal's nail. So once I've gotten a nail bed in there, I'm going to append a sphere. Nail-like result. Now it's time to, well, I could just, in order to keep it very, this approach to sculpting is not so free form. It's more, I'm getting these mannequinized shapes and I want them to be the foundation and be like super, almost precise. Get the precise shape that I'm using as the foundation. But if you want to, when you're sculpting, you could definitely be more, as I mentioned before, you could definitely stop being so, like the way I'm being so careful, and just be free and just keep shaping, right? But for this stylized character approach, I really like this mannequinization approach, and carefully structuring the pieces to take them to final. I'm gonna shave away at this. Holding down Alt and shaving away. And when I say effects, I'm talking about, I'm going to do some really cool translucent nail painted styles and artwork on the nails. It's like the way you would see a modern day woman design her nails at a nail shop. It's not really this rounded at the tip. It's more of a box-like feel. So I'm going to take the knife tool and cut it off at the tip to get that box-like feel, and then start finessing it. Smooth it out a bit. I'm going to make it actually thicker than it is in real life. That does mean that if I do some cool translucent effects on it, I'll have to be mindful of the settings that I'm painting for transmission, but I just want it to be more tangible because this is a stylized character. I want it to be more prominent as I'm animating her and it's flying through the air. I don't want to look at it in profile and then it's disappeared because it's just too thin. So I'm going to cheat and make it very, very thick. I realize that the base here is a little bit more wider. There we go. And just for effect, I'm going to extend it even more. Check to make sure. See what I have. Seems about right. Okay. And I'll probably rig it to be able to choose what height I want. So it's better to make it the longest it can be, and then I'll just use a tool, a rigging control to just bring it back down to the normal height of a nail. First try a geometry clay polish. It might be fine as is. I might not need to do this averaging. I think I did a lot of precise shaping. I think it's good as is. So make sure all my shapes look nice and straight. Alright, now I'm going to try to build around it. Doing like this to look like it's actually within. Inside the finger, like a real nail should be. Like this. The flesh receiving it. But not too much, because you can that grizzly feel. just a little bit. And I also want to be a little more, taper this a little more. The fingers don't look so fat. And lose this really super mannequinized feel. I'm going to duplicate this to create the rest, and then I'll refine how it's. Make sure I have to completely lose some semblance of puffiness. Good amount of sleekness. Activate symmetry, mirroring well to get it to the other side. And judging from here, I may have seen another shader. A nice shape, more interesting C shape swooping into the top area. Yeah, this is all about what kind of shapes are going to look good, as opposed to replicating real fingers. Yeah, there is no real reference to mimic in this instance. I'm going to continue defining this separation. A little bit more smooth. A little bit more trim dynamic to define that edge. Both sides. For some reason, let me take the move tool and make sure this thing feels straight. Just a little bit of crookedness. Okay. Now I'm going to turn on the other fingers. So first, I'm going to merge these two together. And then I'm going to duplicate it and move it down to get the other fingers next. Looks like I had a mask. Duplicate it and get the others. And just like I did, this one is going to be scaled down a bit. I'm going to bring it forward. And this one was supposed to be scaled. just a little bit longer. And then the last one, I'm going to do one for the thumb. Duplicate that. And more of a free form move. There's a mask that continually has to be removed. This thumb, make some modifications to make it shorter. The first one is going to move it in this axis. And the next one is going to move the next section of the digit. And I'll make sure it's now shaped like a thumb to receive. I can hide the original proxy geometry. And start shaping this to go into the thumb correctly. And just so we have enough to do each finger individually. I have a good starting point. And continue to shape it so it looks correct. This is wrong. Move it, make sure it's a lot more centered. Okay. Checking to make sure I have the stair stepping effect. Also make this one a bit shorter. I'm going to bend this a little bit just to increase the staggering a little bit, since I don't want to bend the second digit for now. Okay, so this is ready to be welded so that the necessary form that needs to be on the knuckles can be done. We'll find some of the shapes. there's something very wrong with this form of the deltoid. Make sure it's feeding into. And also this feels a little emaciated at the back of the arm here. Has to blend into the back very well. I think this is a good start for her hands. I'll make sure that I give this some of that tapering feel that a human hand has, but from like the central part is just a little bit more like a triangular. Feel. It's only 4 fingers, so I want to make sure it's having some semblance of some of the things that make a human hand look really cool. Okay, so I think that's a good first pass for fingers. His hands look really big, so I might end scaling them down. I don't think they look big. I think it's the nails that look really tall that make it look big. Before I weld her fingers to the body and deal with the knuckles, I have a list of things that I want to polish from all the sculpting that I've done. The first one is these fingers are looking fatter as it gets the tip, and I think that feels wrong. It doesn't feel right. So I'm going to use one of ZBrush's new tools. I'm going to go to the move tool, and it's hidden somewhere in here. Okay, and it's going to be a deformer. All right, and I'm going to grab the shapes at the points of this deformer at the end, and I'm going to taper down there. So it tapers it down like that, makes it thinner. And I will accept the final result and move on to here and do the same thing. I'll go here, get the deformer, grab all the points here, and then scale down to taper the fingers. That means they will be slightly different, but it's negligible. So I'm gonna grab this again, go deformer, grab all the points here, invert, and scale the tip down. Yeah. And I don't think that the thumb needs it. Let me see if it still looks silly. Doesn't. But there's something about this thumb. Okay, I seem to have, let me accept this first. This is not the natural pose of the thumb. So here, I want to grab this, blur a little bit, and rotate the thumb to a more natural position. That is not the only issue. There also seems to be something about this just feels so wrong. Wait. Let me go auto group, mirror and weld. Isolate this and rotate it up a bit. There's something about that thumb that didn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. Yeah, all that freeform shaping made some not so cool shapes. I gotta make sure that it looks good in every view. I'll probably still be tweaking this after it's welded. Okay, yeah, that tapering does feel a lot better. I am definitely going to scale down the size of her hands because they look very large. And also they lack a certain sleekness. I gotta make sure they're not so fat. They'll have like a nice sleek feel to them. I'm probably still going to be adjusting them for all the way to the end. Alright, so now let me go down the list of things that I want to polish. The first one are her clavicles. When the hand is raised like that, the clavicles are not going to remain flat, and also it's a better gesture to start off with. It's more like an arched down gesture, so like that. I want the clavicles to be like that, to travel up into the shoulders. And the next fix is her belly button. Every time I look at it, it just feels like it's protruding a little bit too much. So I'm gonna grab the move tool and just move it in a little bit like that, because it's just protruding too much. And then I want to be more defined with this knee shape. I'm gonna go figure out exactly what I'm going for. First, I wanted the duality that a knee has, like a knee has, like it's this mound here, mound of fat separated from the bottom. But I'm wondering if I should go with that, because it has, well, that adds like a more grislier feel to it, or I should just go with like a simple upside down triangle, because again, this is not a real character. I don't know if the knee is going to benefit from having that form on it. One thing I'm considering doing with this particular character is having a lot more sculpt deformers shaping things as she's moving. So I'm considering having some sculpt deformers in the knee. I'm considering a sculpt deformer in the leg, and there's definitely going to be a sculpt deformer in the glutes to hold their form as she's moving. So I used to do this with blend shapes as she's moving to trigger things, but I like the way sculpt deformers work because they allow you to sculpt the character in real time as you're posing the character. So I don't want to do too much forms over here to lock down certain shapes, because I'm going to be manipulating them at the animation stage. So this might be fine for the knees for now. Another thing I wanted to make sure of, which I think I already got, here as I think this muscle does blend into here fine. If I keep looking at it, it doesn't look right, I'll change it. And then the back of the heels just does not feel polished at all. Feels still a little too blocky. And I feel like I should be manipulating it a bit more. I think the thing I was running away from, which is underemphasizing the Achilles tendon, has made the back of the leg look really weird and blocky. Right? Again, this is like I'm experimenting with creating a fantasy character, so I have to find a happy medium between real human anatomy and fantasy anatomy, and this was an attempt to make the foot a little simpler and avoid all these grizzly shapes, and it doesn't seem to have worked. So I'm going to go with the more human shapes. Help her look a little bit more realistic. It makes them look more correct. So one thing I do want is I just want it's like a symmetrical feel for this huge mound of the heels. And I think that should be fine. And then the next thing is the erector spinae. Every time I take a look at it, it feels like it's not emanating out of the back correctly. So I'm going to be very intentional with the shape and how it's emerging from the sacrum. I'm going to try to build up in its direction. Usually I go across the muscle strand, but I'm going to really travel right along the muscle strand this time to get a proper shape. Yep, that feels a lot better. And if it's problematic, I'll come back to it. Okay, then the last thing is this breast area. There's a certain shape that I sort of lost whilst I want this dip. Nice forceful line. And it's also because there's not enough geometry to define it over there, so it's looking a little funny. And when we subdivide it, it will look better. And then the top of this breast, how it blends up into the pecs. And I think that is it for this stage of polishing her. Now I'm going to weld the fingers to the body, get the knuckles done, and then we can move and get started on him. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is separate the nails. The nails can be their own entity now. Let's see, polyframe, and go auto group. Turn on the line, make sure it's actually giving auto group, auto group, auto group, and mirror and weld. Make sure it's not changing the shape. Mirror and weld, okay. Mirror and weld, mirror and weld, mirror and weld, okay. And I think it's a good time to weld all these fingers down. This is our old finger system. You can delete that. Okay. All right, so these are all the fingers. I'm gonna merge down. Okay, so they're all one now. Now I can isolate the nails and go split hidden. So the nails are here, fingers are there, and I'm going to put the body into a new folder so the nails can go in there. And I like to keep a trash folder at the top here. I'm going to start dumping things in there that I don't need. So with these two in a folder, I can run a merge group, merge folder, and it creates a copy of it merged. Alright, so So now I'm going to merge it into one piece, high resolution, so I can really take this thing to finish, because I've polished the majority of her forms. All right, so I'm going to go Dynamesh at about maybe 1,000. See what that does. That is probably not enough. Actually, no. Before I do that, this is too low res to do that. I'm going to end up doing a whole bunch of smoothing. So before I Dynamesh, I'm going to divide till I see no faceting. All right, so I'm going to go divide, divide, divide. That should remove all the faceting. And I'm going to go delete lower. And now I'm going to Dynamesh. So Dynamesh at, let me try 1500. Go Dynamesh. Okay, didn't see any change, so that seems to have worked. Now I'm going to make sure symmetry is on, and I'm going to start working on these knuckles. Smooth out these fingers so they blend properly. In her case, again, I'm trying to be very careful about the level of sculpting I'm doing, because I don't want her to look grizzly. So over here, I'm going to be very careful with this. I want a nice transition to the fingers. Probably need to start with the move brush to get a nice transition. I might not even need to do any building with the build up. I'm gonna start like this. Just move. Make a nice little transition into the knuckles. Okay. And then now that the mound exists over there, I'm going to do some build up. I'm going to change my build up to alpha 6. So it starts giving me this square. And we have it taper into the top of the arm. And taper into the top, the first digit of the finger, and do the same thing here. Taper and taper in. And try to refrain from getting too grisly of a result. I'm going to take the build-up brush down. Take my smoothing up and chart a path to sort of hint at the, I think called the carpal mass, the carpal bones or whatever, the bones that make the fingers travel into this palm region. Really do some good smoothing as it blends into the hand, because again, do not want a grisly feel for her. And even this, I'm going to be careful with that knuckle that I put here to make sure it's not that visible. Yeah, and this looks fairly right. Yeah, it's like this. I have these meaty forms here. Of the fingers. And a defining line here. So that's sort of right. Let me get all this fastening out of there and make sure this thumb is feeling right. Okay, and also this form of the hand doesn't travel all the way down here. It's the outer part by the pinky. It kind of blends in here better. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this result. I think it's good. Let me see if this hand scaling still has to happen. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go Z plug in T-pose mesh. Okay. I'm going to go here, select the palm, go blur. A whole bunch of blurring. Then I'm looking to scale, center to unmasked region, align, make sure I'm within the palm. Yeah, I might have done some prior scaling that messed things up. So I'm gonna have to reposition those nails. Oh. Okay. That makes the hands just a little bit smaller. Okay, I'm gonna go Z plug in T-pose subtract to go fix those nails. Okay, I'm gonna grab these nails and auto group, mirror and weld, pick them one by one and make sure that they are sitting on the nail bed. I don't know how this error came about, but it happened. Looks like I scaled them at some point in time. Nails weren't part of the equation. Okay, so that is her body close to final. Her fingers are a bit too grizzly. I don't feel comfortable manipulating them at this high resolution. I'm going to make minor changes, but after I resurface this thing, I might come back and make some larger changes. I think they're not looking as graceful as they should look. And it might have something to do with how they're emanating out of the palm, because typically I want more like a triangular tapering feel to the tip of the finger. So I'm going to try to capture that a little bit while still maintaining like a fantasy finger type feel, or like an anthro character feel. But this would be a lot easier to manipulate once I resurface this thing and have my subdivision levels. I can do whatever changes I want. So I'm going to leave them with just these minor changes and come back to them later. And as I mentioned on the screen, I fixed some indents that were over here. There were some indents that I just repaired. Another thing I might want to also do is come down here and clean up these feet. I actually have forgotten something. I've completely forgotten about these feet and another thing that's supposed to be done for them. If they're ever exposed, like if the shoe ever comes off, you definitely want a little bit more information on their bottom side, the padding. So that's what I'm going to get right now. I'm going to get that padding that I spoke a lot about doing. Okay, so I'm going to append a sphere. And move it into position. Start this padding. Control and create the next one. And also, I'm going to ensure that it's actually more prevalent on the top side of the digit meaty part. I'm going to move here, move one there. Okay, I'm going to Z-remesh to lose the pole, just to get some better geometry, shape. Go activate symmetry, mirror and weld. And turn off local symmetry, mirror and weld. Okay. And continue the shaping of this padding. And let me get the main one in. Let's see what it looks like. So the main one I'm going to extract from here and mask, and I did say it was going all the way up to the heel. Go extract 1002, effect. I'm going to go to deformation, inflate, balloon. There we go. And then smooth the result. And also remesh it. Okay, it gives me a better piece to work with. And move it. And let it echo, like when you see the main padding of that, it's usually confined to the ball of a quadruped. you'll see that it has mounds that point towards the digits. So I'm going to try to mimic that. It's usually just 3, but now since we have, and I'm going to make this match more this design. Okay, so I think that's it. I'm wondering whether this final piece is necessary. It might be better to just stick with the 3 mounds. 3 always a better number in design, and I don't really have to mimic. I have to try this. I don't really have to try to make this be the same number as the digits. 3 is the popular. Every time I see this padding, it looks really good when it's 3 of them. So I'm gonna just stick with the 3. That's good. Let me bring this a little lower. Alright, I think this is good. I'm going to divide it, see what it's feeling like at higher subdivision levels. Okay, this is a good starting point for the padding. I'm using a lazy mouse to just get some more refined lines. Okay, that's it for the refining of the feet. When I resurface this, I might have to come back in and make sure I'm not projecting all this granular information that is not needed. There's a whole bunch of artifacting that I don't really need. So at the projection stage, I'll make sure it doesn't come through. Okay, so that's her body. That's, say, fairly completed. We'll have everything in there. And when it's eventually welded with the head and resurfaced, I'll come through and do some cleanup. But it will be a lot easier to clean this thing up when it has subdivision levels, and I can step down and clean things and step up and clean things and refine them. But working at this high subdivision level to clean things is not ideal. I'm going to be sculpting away the entire time. Alright, so that's her build. I'm going to move to him and get him to this point, and then I'll close out the lesson by creating a pair of underwear for both of them so that I don't have to have their naked bodies on the screen for the rest of this project up until they get clothes. When they get clothes, I can sort of hide the underwear. But let's move on to him. Okay, before we get started with him, I'm going to put her folders that I no longer need in the trash. A folder that I created, so I'm going to select this merge group of hers, go merge up to take it into the trash, and then this other one here too, go merge up, and I will hide her piece and move to him. Okay. With him, I don't really think I have any shapes that I wanted to correct before I merge him. So I just want to make sure that this tail is nowhere in there. It's not supposed to be in that merge group, so I'll put it here. Think about if I should take a different approach with the toes. It was really hard polishing the toes. I wonder if I should clean them up first before merging them with the main mass. And I think I will do that this time around. It was really, spent a lot of time polishing her toes. So I'm going to turn this on. I'll treat these just like the fingers. I'll go split hidden, get them out of this folder, and put them into his main folder. That should be holding his head, fingers, and toes now. Alright, so I'm going to hide that. And I'm going to merge folder. So we get a copy. And in order to get the smoothest mesh possible, I'll go divide, get a nice smooth mesh, delete lower, and then Dynamesh at, I think I did 48. Yes, that's what we started with. Okay, so I'm gonna run a deformation smooth initially. Just a little bit of smoothing. And just like her, start with his core, his central. Make sure symmetry is on. So we'll start here. We'll smooth this out, the rib cage mass. This time the first thing I'm going to get is that pelvic region. I want to make sure I get shapes that I need. I'm a little less worried with him about being that careful because I know that it's a male character. You can get away with a lot of like grizzly shapes and a lot of like hardcore, more bold sculpting. Right? You'll be fine. It's not gonna break anything. It's only gonna help him look more interesting. With female characters, you kind of want to be careful to keep those crescent shapes and not do too much aggressive sculpting because it will start producing some nicks that add that grizzly feel to the character. Shaving away his pouch here. Make sure I define where his obliques and then his stomach mass sort of exists. And he too, I gotta be careful because the objective is still the same. We want a smooth mesh that we can put grooming over, so I gotta be careful. His torso is really long. I'm gonna try to, I think I'm gonna keep it. I think it'll look good on him. I'm not so worried about his torso being a problem. His chest, he's also really, let me try to ease the transition here first from the deltoids into the pectoralis. And give him the same treatment I gave her. Make sure this clavicle mass is coming down correctly. Find this mass into the stomach area. And also here, to make sure. Smooth first and then have these masses blending correctly. And there's a whole bunch of musculature here, which is going to be welded into one mass. Let me get the split. His erector, his torso is really long. I'm probably going to have to shorten it. I just thought it would look nice on him. Just want to see how it'll look like during animation. I don't want something too human-like, so I might keep the long torso. Alright, so I can get some very cool, stylized looking character. One thing I don't want is, I want to start grouping these muscles of the back into one mass. Latissimus dorsi mass. Maybe let some hints of some form. Okay. Make sure I blend this correctly. This mass here feels emaciated. Every time I say emaciated, that means underbuilt. These deltoids don't look so bad. Push it back in a little more. Central area here. Build this back a little bit more. Yeah, it's a really, really long torso. Okay. And get that region of the spine. It looks indented. Feels wrong. Feel like the cervical is. I'm looking at these shapes here. Make sure I'm at least getting the clavicle to travel to the acromion process. Come in here. And then this moundy chest of his. Not a real chest, just something that hints at it. I think with him I might split. It doesn't really matter. I'll just do a little bit of it. Okay, let me get his belly button. And I really have to define where that pelvic. I'm really going to play with these masses. I really want to see if I can get something that's different from the norm. his crotch area I do want to be a little higher. His hips were supposed to be super small. Find those obliques. To hint at this central line. Probably gonna get rid of it later, but just to push so that when we subdivide to lower subdivision levels, it shows a little bit. May have underemphasized these. You need to be careful not to completely straighten his torso. And I also don't want these like really pronounced latissimus dorsi. It makes skinning just a little bit too difficult. So I'm gonna go with that long feel. Continue inspecting this latissimus dorsi mass to make sure it's not too big. Also going to get his sacrum, glutes. Make sure this mass glutes blend in more. And make sure I get this gesture of the pelvis, the iliac crest. Okay, so this is a good start. His upper torso. Definitely don't like what's happening up top with this. As I mentioned, when the hand is up, this thing takes a more flatter feel. I just want a better sloping. And this. Now in reality, there's this triangle shape that sort of splits the clavicle. It feels like this. It's like a triangle that separates the chest from the deltoids. I'm just gonna hint at it and then later smooth it out just so I have somewhat of a separation, but yeah, I don't want, you know, that type of detail is not that necessary for this guy. Hint a little bit more at the clavicle. His chest is also a little bit too developed. I'm gonna push it down, especially at the central region. Make sure the wholesomeness of the rib cage still registers. No neck muscles and stuff. All this stuff is gonna be covered in fur. I don't want any weird mounds to confuse the exogen system. Make it difficult to groom. this is a good first pass for his torso. When you do the mannequinization thing, it's just, to admit, there's just really almost not that much more work to do. Once you, even though the bulk of the genitalia is not going to be there, you just have to represent the mound so it doesn't look so much like a Ken doll, which is, he's gonna look like that anyway because there's nothing there, but there's still like a sort of like a mound that, yeah, that separates it from the stomach mass. Okay, and I think, and that's a good first pass for him. Come back and take a look at how it's impacting everything. Let me make sure this stomach mass, like a more rectangular shape for his abdominal mass. Okay. That's a lot of butt. Feels a little bit like a botched butt transplant. So let me make sure it's a little bit more smoother, and I'll just go with like a box-like feel. I think that would be cool. Emphasize more rectangular shapes for him. I'll also make sure that and go with that straight feel I try to avoid with her for the crease line. I wanted more, I emphasize the butterfly shape, but I also want like a box-like feel. Make them not too buddy. That's the hard word. Let me find this line. Okay, that's a good starting point for what's going on over there. Okay, now I'm going to jump to his legs. There's a lot of work to do there. I don't like this shape at all. I'm doing a lot of playing around here. Some initial smoothing. Yeah. I never intended to make him ham-limbed. I don't know why I didn't touch this a lot. I'm going to fine this a lot more. Deal with his blending of his quad muscle into the knee. And I will emphasize his tibia. And that's definitely something I want to do. The knee mass. Definitely push that tibia line. Something going on that I don't like at all. I'm trying to figure it out. Careful. See how much more I want to make his feet a lot skinnier than originally intended. And also not define his skinnier feet, like freakishly skinny. And I need to start finding this medial sort of covers the sartorius. Maybe I want a box like knee. Yeah. Go a little more. Boxy shape for the knee. Define this a little bit more. Get this tubular mass in there. Get this fat pad defined. Look to the front to make sure it's in the right place. And it's not. It has to be a lot lower. It's a lot lower here. Put it into the hamstrings. Make sure that his quads on the side are represented properly. Still feel like his pelvis is a little too tall. Let's see what it looks like with everything. Yeah, super long legs, super long torso. And pelvis is working. freakishly long legs now. Make sure I emphasize this butterfly feel. Okay. Now this muscle that blends should go. Remind myself of its name. And man, I want more of these shapes to stand out a lot more. Don't mind the grizzly feel. And also, I feel like I've underemphasized this quad. I underemphasized it from the front and the back. Looks like I got the back. Let me make sure the front is also there. I'm gonna experiment with this waist because in my concept I really wanted to push this waist to be really small. Really weird looking. Yeah, I'm trying some things. So I want, it's not just this typical anatomy sculpt. And I do think that the plan was to at least have, well no, his legs, I want to be careful too. I don't want to over-define the gastrocnemius, the calves. I want to be careful with that. Start hinting at this malleolus, how it blends into the foot. On the inside too. Fix this foot. And all of these shapes are all wrong. Smooth this out. Need to find that a little bit more. I'm contemplating whether or not I should push this to like this really weird exaggerated level. I wonder if it will add any value. I think it looks cool to push in that far. And they are general, it's a general shape change, so I don't think it'll hurt. I it's not a granular shape change. And also, I just really want to experiment with him a little bit more. I'm gonna blur this. It looks like his knee is just too low. With her, I had a plan. You know, I was going for that whack full feel for the body. For him, I'm really looking to experiment. So I like these interesting pulling changes that are happening. Using the calf area. If it doesn't work, I'll completely alter it. Okay, let me make sure that his hamstrings are feeding into the back properly. Let me see what I'm missing in this view to make this whole. This empty area here that actually holds the pelvis. Completely forgot about it. As I emphasize the shape, we gotta be careful not to lose that. I realize I should be tumbling and preparing silhouettes. So looking at this freakishly thin result. If the shapes a little bit more. I don't want it to look too, make him look lean without making him look too effeminate. Yeah, that had an adverse impact. Let's see. First I want to see if it even looks good. Alright, I guess it looks good, so I'll fix it. Shave this off. And re-emphasize that travel all the way up. Let's go to sartorius. As long as it's separating itself from the adductors. Adductor mass. In the front. And the back. Smooth away at it. Go get this area again. was a little experimentation. Be very careful with this. Now that I've defined these shapes, I can start hacking away at them. Short design is so unique that it hangs so low that the separation for shorts comes lower around here. I want to just make sure that I have enough space in between his legs. Unfortunately, he needs a gap there to accommodate the shorts. But I think I'm good because, again, like I said, the lower part starts here. Let me do a quick little test to see if the shorts come something like this. I just want to make sure that, yeah, I think it's going to be fine. Yeah, I think it's going to be fine. A little bit of a smooth there. Cows. Need some more shaping. Just hint at those masses. Fix the silhouette. It's like this mound over here at the tibia. I wonder if it's important I should just go with the curve versus straight. Like curve straight, but I think the mound is important. I'm gonna leave it there. The top part of the shins. Okay, I think is a good place. I may have misplaced his belly button. I think it's all the way up there. By the way, I didn't mention this. I have anatomy drawings on the side that I'm looking at. So some of this stuff is from memory, but a lot of it is. Every time I get confused, I go to the anatomy sheets. Okay. Not forget that these are the obliques. This is the obliques mass, and this is the iliac crest. So gotta be careful. And they really are flush with each other. So. Okay, so probably a good time to move on to the arms. Make sure these feet are fine and ready to receive these toes when they come in. This has to be defined a lot better. Oh, completely forgot about Achilles tendon. Overtly anti-tick and then smooth away. Makes the back of the foot look weird when that mass is not defined properly. Okay. Yeah, I like this sharp shape of the. I think it'll look cool. I want to be able to put some more of those sharp shapes in here, but no, doesn't work there. It doesn't work here either. No, I'll leave that intact. I think it does work. No, I don't like it. Okay, it's fairly simple. I think the issue is making sure that the quads have that offset that they're supposed to have. I think I've done a good job of defining all of this. The adductors, the adductor mass is also here. So long as it's there, should be good. Reading well. It's just because you don't have enough geometry there though. So as it becomes more, I'm trying to side view it reads. And this muscle that goes up also reads. Right now it looks a little facety, but it'll come around. Okay. Yeah, I think it's a good physique for a dancer character. These characters are going to be animated in a scene together. So I want to make sure, they at least contrast each other so that not just the same type build going back and forth. I'm going to be trying some really complex body dynamics with these characters. It's looking pretty righteous. I think it's time to move to the hands. You can ask me. Okay, so make sure that this silhouette from this view looks weird. Careful with the lumpiness. I don't want to end up with too many lumps, but there's a nice swooping curve here I want to take advantage of. There's a lot going on here, but looks like I didn't touch it too well. Make sure that these forms blend into each other properly. Okay. Need to be very careful with this. This is actually a form that goes like that. Hint at it. Blend this. Make sure this chest design comes through. Okay. It's good. First start on the torso and the legs. And time to move on to the hands. If I can stop hacking away. I'm gonna go in here and start fleshing out a little bit of this mass. It's like a serratus mass. I really just want the angle. I don't really care about the muscle and its interdigitation with the obliques. I just want that. Yeah, sort of like the forms that it makes on the surface. Find a way to make sure that these obliques are sort of blending into it nicely. Sort of it. Okay. That interdigitation. Make sure these abdominals stand out just a little bit more. No separations of the abs, just one nice mass. Really interested in seeing how this long torso fares out. That does. It's a lot. I want to make sure that this abdominal region, use that as means to get these forms separated. Also, look at the top, a little bit more spread out. Another thing I want to do here, I made a mistake here. These clavicles really need to blend into the deltoid mass here really well. It's not like a super muscular dude. And it just needs to get in there properly. These nice shapes. Thinking the back here too. Might have something, a shape that's needs to be unified. I want a nice sloping result for this trap. This is going to be very important. The sweatshirt he's wearing is going to be colliding with this. The shape needs to be cool from every conceivable angle. When I come back after resurfacing this whole thing, I'm gonna give it another phase of polish to really remove almost all these hardcore secondary forms. I just need a good foundation to start off with. But all these hardcore secondary forms are not going to really help make the thing easier to groom. But for now, I'm using them to visualize what correct anatomy is supposed to look like, and then it will be pushed. It will be sort of like muted out, not pushed. Okay, so I'm tumbling, looking at the silhouette, seeing if there are any other choices that need to be made. No, looks like it's good. Let me accentuate this tibia. Sure, this thing is looking good. Go along. This is an example of a form that will probably really simplify for the finished mesh that goes to my these bumps might not be in here. And as I mentioned before, I'm going to be using a system of sculpt deformers to really control their legs, how their legs look when they're crouching and stuff. So this is the first time I'm trying it. And I think it's going to work really well because it really worked for the glutes of the last character I did. This was able to completely control what the glutes look like at any pose with a really cool sculpt deformer in mind. I'm going to deal with his hands and review his sort of upper torso while I'm doing it. So I'm going to start with some initial shaping first because this is really wrong. Smooth it out. It's a little too his triceps are a little too tough. I think the thing I should start hinting at immediately. Looks like I left a piece out. Looks like it's in there. Alright, never mind. I don't need it. So it's the tendon that goes around the humerus and is the elbow. So it shoots up in here like that. As I've mentioned before, all this is going to be smoothed out, but initially have to hint at them. This is really the ulna. Make sure that this is the correct shape. Blend this mass into that. Start accentuating. Not want this hardcore look. So I'm going to hint at these muscles. his triceps. Blend these masses together. I don't want this look where it feels like the actual strand of the muscle, so I'm going to do something that's probably more likely and nice. There's a muscle over there. Get this ridge group. And this is definitely wrong. The elbow is supposed to protrude a lot more. Further out than the ridge group. So I'm gonna do some shaving of this ridge group. From the top view, that is. Part of the back. Okay, it should be a lot more, but let me make sure it blends into the arm properly. This ridge group is super aggressive. Careful not to keep making this bigger and thicker. Clean up the silhouette. And blend this properly. This ridge group. And go back to tricep does need to be a little bit more barreling. Isolate that flexor mass initially. Feed into the upper arm properly. Alright, so it's sort of working. Establish this form a little bit more. Connected to the tricep, lateral head of the tricep. While dealing with the tendinous area. This bicep looks flexed. Let me tone it down a bit. And just another one place, let me move on to the palms. So let's start. Yeah, this time I'm going to do the thumb on its own. I don't want to duplicate the thumb from the finger. So for him, this little grizzly hook. I'm gonna leave it in there. See how it fares throughout the sculpting process. Again, these help him look, there's a more grislier feel to the character. I'm going to leave that triangle look that a hand is supposed to have. This is a little too aggressive of a hook, to make sure that hand is tapering. It's tapering into the hand. Some fairly puffy fingers. Which might make for some really interesting fists. Tone down this part a little bit so it tapers. I actually like the way the mannequinized fingers look, so after I convert them, might not do too much. And start smoothing this out since I've established these forms. Not blending properly. There we go. Make sure I do the opposing, the arm has like a opposing peaks. It's just generally good design. And that's also how the arm actually is. Like the ridge group is farther closer to the elbow than this flexor mass. Right, and it makes for a good design too. Should continually try to emphasize this. Just accentuating the biceps connection. This doesn't feel right. Tricep shifts from the other side. That's not a bad start. This mass is blending into the top of the hand properly. It's a big thumb region. Tone it down. Clean shape. Yeah, there's something I should be doing here. There's something not working. Just really supposed to be blending this once I've established it. Should be blending it here. Blending these forms. have to be careful with this ridge group. Also, this elbow feels like it's a little lower than it should be. And I do have to establish where the actual notch is. Yeah, the notch is actually here. So I should make sure it's established. Stop confusing myself. Okay. Build it up just a little. Looks good. A little more mannequinized feel for the triceps. And a rounder one, so I'm going to go with like a plain break, a visible plain break. And that is a wrong shape. Like that. Always have to tumble the arm, see what's happening in every conceivable view. This might be a good start. Okay, so it might be time to detail the fingers and the toes and then weld them to create the knuckles. Okay, let me get the fingers. I'm going to select the fingers. And I'm going to isolate the nails. So go split it in. And I really like these. It's gonna have like a minimal amount of shaping on them. Try 48 Dynamesh. That's a little tough. But it's good, it's a good averaging though. So if I divide it, yeah, very mannequinized. I really like it. Create this bulge. And then also, it's fine with him to be grizzlier, so I can create that receiver. But I gotta be careful here though. This is definitely gonna be groomed. His hands are exposed, his fingers are exposed, so yet again, I don't want the X-Gen guides to be confused. It's real simple planar surfaces for it to operate. So I might end up taking an average that is a lot simpler. His thumb feels uneven. Yep, I really like that mannequinized feel. All right, what I'm going to do now is, I didn't keep a copy of fingers, that's fine. I'm going to merge them back down with the nails. And then I'm going to select this and then take the move tool and move the other fingers into position. So he's slightly taller. It's fine. And then I'll move this one into position. This will be significantly smaller because it represents a pinky. Bring it out a bit. And I forgot the stair-stepping effect. Go auto group, mirror and weld. So I can get that stair-stepping effect here too. Actually, I'll leave this where it's at and get it here. And moving this finger up so we have like stepping effect. Alright, so now that we have all of them, it's time to do the rotation just to give them a natural feel. Rotate this. Yeah. So that should be his fingers. I'm going to separate his nails. Okay. These are his nails. Frequently seeing some shapes here that I don't like. Clean them up every chance I get. Okay. So since now I gotta get the toes, so toes also need some attention. Cube-like. I'm gonna run a deformation smooth on them a few times just to give them and start hinting at some of the shapes that I expect to see after I merge it. Shave away at some of the stuff. Corners. And also move down to create this stair stepping effect also on the toes. The toes have that too. Actually, a simpler way to have resolved this without giving these horrible forms is to isolate and scale them. Scale them down like that. Okay. And that gives a stair-stepping effect. I feel like that's good. Make sure it's behaving like it's in a shoe. Very important for this character. Okay, so this time before I weld, I'm just going to tumble a little bit and just pick apart anything that just doesn't feel right. Just a little. Ultimately, this thing can be edited all the way down the chain, so it's not a big deal if there are a few things that I miss. Look at all these. Anything that looks emaciated or a sunken shape that I don't want. This is good. I like that. Massy back feel. And that's good. Yeah, one thing I didn't pay that much attention to is the neck. As I said, no crazy muscles there because that's another area that's really exposed, so I don't want to go too crazy. But I guess I could put a little bit of the mastoid muscle, mastoid in there, and ultimately we'll see how it works. Shape this a little bit more. Some dents. Not looking too well in some views. The deltoid mass also looks a little bit not centered. Okay. So now I'm going to put everything I want to weld together. Let me make sure I isolate the nails. And put all of this into one folder so I can merge these and do my Dynamesh. Okay. So I can go merge folder. So I have a copy, and as I did before, I'm going to divide this a few times to lose all the faceting. And now that all the faceting is gone, I'll delete lower and I'll Dynamesh it at, I think it was about 500 I did the other time. Yes, that appears to be it. Let's see what it feels like. Yep, it's manageable. Let's start smoothing and then do all that. Make sure symmetry is active. Start smoothing. Blend all this stuff. Okay. Now I'm going to start putting in his, blend this to create the knuckle. Pick my alpha 6 so I get it more organic build up. I do like the square too, but for skin and build up organic forms, nice to use this. Over here I'm going to try to be as careful as possible because it's going to be groomed. Build up here. Get that knuckle. Make sure it blends into the arm properly, into the hand. And here, make sure this looks correct. I don't want this really harsh edge. It's supposed to feel like padding. There's an incorrect shape here. So at the bottom. Going for a more square look to his hands. Yeah, and this time I might rig all these things to allow myself to reshape all of these at rig time. So just because this is the final shape I'm sculpting doesn't mean it's the final shape in the long term. This mound, I have to, it's pronounced mound, I have to make sure I give it some attention. Blending correctly. go to the toes and see what's happening down there. I really like this mannequinized feel. It's gonna stay. This feels good. Probably could polish it a bit. Yeah, I spent too much time on her feet. It was absolutely not necessary. Things, I guess the overall primary shape should be emphasized. Make sure it's ready to receive the sneakers. Other than that, anything else is just excessive. Maybe a better blending of this mass into the leg, into the foot. Is mandated. Like this. Should be traveling a certain way. Like that. That stepped effect should be emphasized. I think that's I've got the general shape. I'm going to tone it down. Okay. Look at the back of the heel. Looks horrible. Definitely should have addressed this before. This Dynamesh. Yeah, the whole thing's messed up. They're tools for fixing things. And the Dynamesh doesn't seem to be that dense because this is very manageable. Emphasize the arch, this foot. This feels good too. Look at it from the front. Sure. This form is reading correctly. Find that this, even though anatomically it looks a certain way, it's always good to try stuff. I do want those plain bricks. They look good. I'm just hinting at these muscles a little. All will be smooth. Just to help me visualize the foot better so I can fix the silhouette. But ultimately, it will not be anywhere near this pronounced. It. That's what I wanted to see. There's some plain breaks that really should be happening. Yeah, same with him. After it's resurfaced, he'll come back here to potentially be repolished. Remove all these tough shapes. These super defined shapes. Yeah, for now I think that's it for him. His hands were fairly easy. Because he's a male character and he can get away with a lot more definition. Freeform strokes will rarely ever fail you with your male anatomy. Or more specifically, what I mean, being loose and just sculpting. It can also work with female. To me, you just have to be ready to do all the cleanup to get the nice smooth shapes. If you're going for like super feminine feel, soft, or I shouldn't call it just that. Like if you're going for super soft features, you want to be very careful how loose and heavy-handed you are as you're laying down strokes. Didn't touch this mound at all. Just make it feel like the nail belongs there. I'll probably do a lot more work later. Polish it, but I think it's good. I don't think it required that much work. It's going to be very interesting to see how the fur is going to, the shape of the fur that's going to be making it wrap around this nail. So I'm looking forward to that. This feels mismatched from the shapes I've picked for him. I want a nice clean break here. Inspecting it under different materials to see what I'm looking at. Sometimes when you're smoothing, hold down shift and release it. It does a smooth that gets rid of artifacts from bad geometry. It really works. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna try to refrain from making that spine too depressed, the spine dip too depressed. And also, this will also be the case with the butt, as later on I'm going to de-emphasize this crease, just in case. The whole torso needs to be UV'd somewhere down in the future. Smooth these shapes. Okay, I think I'm just in a very bad shape here. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it for him. Seeing some really weird stuff going on in the toe here. Okay, yeah, that appears to be it for now. I'm going to now put some undergarments on both of them. His hands look very long, so they might end up having to be shortened again. I'm going to take all the stuff that I don't need, put it in the trash, merge up, and grab this weld, merge up. Okay, time to create the undergarments for both of them. I actually forgot his padding, to make sure I get his padding. So for him, I'm just going to extract it. Sharpen mask and go extract 0.004, accept, go to deformation, run a little bit of smooth, remesh 5K. I'm doing a freight balloon, just a little bit more. Divide. And start moving things around. I think it's pretty good. No, probably needs to blend better with its what it's mounted on. This I remember was better off. Make sure that the outskirts taper better. Into the digits. Okay. There's padding. Looks to be working. Sure, it looks like it plants correctly. Looks really weird now, but when it's merged, when it's retopped and merged and we're polishing, it'd be nice. The transitions will be very simple to fix. I just want to make sure that when they're barefoot and there's fur around it, there's a pink, nice pink padding underneath. It adds a bit of detail to the character when their foot is showing. It's not necessary because I've seen a lot of furry characters that don't have it, but it looks kind of cool. So that you can give the feet some semblance of an anthro character, since they're very much human-like. You just have to take one property, some properties from the respective animal that you're mixing the human with, and just try to get some of those properties in there. And for here, this is the best thing to pick. Okay, so it's also something that fits in the palm, but in the palm I'm going to refrain from putting it over there. I think it'll look cooler with just fur. Try this for the legs. If it doesn't work, I'll consider it for characters I make in the future. But it'll be fine. You can put it wherever you want. Put padding down there, padding up there, or none on either, or the other way around. It's always good to experiment. So this is the end of this lesson. I extruded some undergarments for both characters so that they can be clothed up until it's time to create their clothes. Don't worry, these are just quickly and roughly assembled undergarments. I will be going over all my clothing sculpting techniques and more when it comes time to create their clothing and shoes. In the next lesson, I'm going to start and finish her head and dreadlocks. This will include her eyes, teeth, tongue with splines, and all other elements of her head. In the lesson after that, I will tackle his head, his ears, and all the elements of his head. Okay, so before I close out this lesson, I'm going to convert these high resolution bodies of theirs into subdivision levels so that I can make adjustments to their bodies where needed without having to deal with like the super high res. So I have duplicated the body. I'm going to take first I'll take them out of this group. Hide his group and go solo, and then go to polyframe, and then just resurface it at, say, a 5K to start off with. This is not the final surface, it's just so I can project this information and be able to manipulate this mesh. So I'm going to go turn off the color because I don't want to project color, and go divide and project, divide again, project. And definitely need more, divide. Quite frankly, I think most of the data has come through. I could stop here. But I'll project one more time. And that should be fine. That should have grabbed enough information. Okay, so I'll call this Z, body, subdivs, and Z, body, original, high res. I'll just keep it for as long as possible just in case I need it. So I'm gonna turn the high res off, put it in the folder. Okay, and now that I have this version of his body, the subdivision level, I'm gonna go down to the lower subdivision level and reduce the length of his hands because they're just too long. So we're perhaps also the, okay, so that should be a good length. Let me test the length by just rotate it down. Yeah, that's good. All right, so that's his final body mesh, and I'll do the same for her. Grab her body, take it out of the group, duplicate it, turn off her original group, remesh at 5K, and I don't really have anything to fix on hers. I just want to do this in preparation. Whilst I'm doing the head, if I decide to turn on the body and see the way things are going, I might want to make some changes. And the subdivisions will be perfect changes. All right, so I'm going to divide, turn off color, divide, project, divide, project, divide one more time and project. Okay, I'll rename it big SNO, body, subds, and rename this big SNO, the original high res. Put it back. Okay, done.